Sacramento, San Francisco. We have them from Montana. They are coming from all over the West Coast and the Pacific Northwest to race here at the Tour de Bloom. They're coming down the cobblestones of Orondo into the corner.
Coming in hot.
Bumping, barging, and the last lap.
There's the sprint. There's our leader. 17 years old.
He can.
What was your name?
Ben Allenbach.
Ben Allenbach. How old are you?
18.
Okay, we had it wrong. He's 18. Sorry about that. We said he was 17. How many teammates did you have in the field tonight?
Absolutely none.
Thanks for coming out for Tour de Bloom.
Really gonna make it stick. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be close. What's it gonna be? Rider 188, no one for
Yeah, buddy.
Dad bod!
Oh, yeah!
Yeah, baby!
None other than Vincent Marcotte.
The field tonight, it was fast. You guys were super smooth. You put on a heck of a good show. What was your idea and your process going into those last couple of laps?
I just wanted to get in good position and then ride the red truck train because I knew they had a lot of girls out there. So I just hopped on and did what I could.
You guys put on a heck of a show. You're the champion. You got the belt buckle, and we're so proud to have you here. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Hi, there's already a celebration going on. Zips up. Oh, stage 2. I got a belt buckle.
Here we go, gentlemen. One lap, final lap.
And he just drove it so hard, nobody can come around. So, but yeah, the boys just stayed off front the whole time and gave me a chance to rest. It was awesome.
You are our Saturday night crew. You guys come here and kick butt and put on a show every single year. We appreciate it. Congratulations and thanks for coming out to Tour de Bloom.
Come on, people, this is it. Final lap, final stretch. They come around the corner. No holds barred.
Look at this field of Pro 1-2 ladies. This is the biggest and the best 1-2-3 field we've ever had. Thank you for traveling from all.
from the 2025 Tour de Bloom. We're here at the start here in Waterville, ready for the first stage of the UCI Pro Women. We have an incredible field with Lauren Stevens, Aaliyah Shafi from Fount. We've got 2028 Emily Ehrlich, Marlise Mejias, which we believe will be a favorite today. Stage 1 winner, Lauren Stevens. Lauren, you've just been blowing the field away with every event that you come out. You seem to be ageless in this sport. We saw you at Gila just winning your second consecutive title. You arrived here at Bloom. How was it out there?
Oh, it was amazing. Sprints are not my specialty, but unfortunately our sprinter came down with food poisoning yesterday, so I had to step up, and I'm really happy that I could do this for her and keep the win for the team. Oh, it's amazing. I'm here with my team, Aegis Cycling Foundation. We're a new team, and at this race, we're just a composite team, but we're looking forward to becoming a full-time team, so look out for us.
Welcome to stage 3 of Tour de Bloom. Taking a look at our UCI women's front row. They are a little over 10 minutes away from getting underway. After a late criterion last night, the road race continues today with the Plain road race. It'll be interesting to watch these riders get back into a road racing mode after a very different style of racing last night in the individual criterion. So Marlise Mejias move into the overall lead, really based around intermediate time bonuses. That was the major factor in last night's race for the pink jersey here at Tour de Bloom, who watched her in her Virginia's Blue Ridge 2018 absolutely dominate all night. They just covered the front left and right, did a very good job of getting Mejias where she needed to be. So she will go into today with a 7-second lead over Lauren Stevens. Now Aaliyah Shafi drops down to third at 8 seconds back on GC. And then we really start seeing the major gaps after third place, back to Ariel Martin Verhaeren in fourth place at 21 seconds down, and then a bunch of riders in the 23 to 25 second zone, including Kim Lucci sitting fifth place overall, hanging tough for that S&M squad. So we'll watch these teams and riders try to defend that after, again, some surprising changes in the overall. A lot of times these criteriums don't really have a major impact on the GC, but we certainly saw that last night. Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 chasing every single time bonus. They picked up 3 intermediate time bonuses worth 3 seconds each, so that was a big 9-second pickup for her, but Lauren Stevens gave it a go as well, tried to get up in there. Now, we'll see if that proves true again today, if they're after sort of the same strategy, or if they try and just open up a gap maybe and try and win this one outright, or open up time outright, I should say. I know we had Rebecca Riza with us last night. I'm not sure if she's going to be with us today. I know she was out grabbing some interviews earlier. I don't know if we have any of those to play back for you or not, but we'll see if we can get any word from any of the riders before they roll to the start today. Plain road race stage here at right around 50 miles. It'll be a little over 50 for the UCI women. It's basically 2 laps of this circuit. Our elite men up later today will do 3 laps for 75 miles, so right around 25 miles per loop on this one. And a lumpy profile with a major climb coming at the end. That's it's only a Category 3 climb, but relatively speaking on this course, there's definitely one climb to watch, and that comes right at the end of the circuit on this profile. So it's going to be a very interesting last couple miles of this one today. The circuit does not include the final climb. That's outside. They basically do circuits, and then the last time they'll deviate off of that circuit and hit this final climb up to the top. So it's really going to be a great battle in the closing kilometers, but we're going to see how they set it up in the kilometers running to the line. About 10 minutes away from start here. I see a lot of jackets and warmers on the line here. It was down below freezing earlier this morning. It is expected to warm up here, so they'll use easily removable layers, but chilly start at the start of this one today. It's always tough when you had a late night, wake up to a chilly early morning start for these riders, 9 a.m. local time. The start time here, and it's about an hour away from where a lot of these riders would be staying in or near downtown Wenatchee. So that translates to a 6 or 7 o'clock wake up. All right, looks like they are clearing this starting line, get ready to go. Still about 8 minutes away from scheduled start. I'm going to listen in here and see if we can hear final instructions from the chief comm here. See if they're going to give them any final word out there on course. Last minute preparations for Sophia Areola. She's going to have a big day ahead of her. Lot of work on tap for this Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 team. I can pretty much expect them to be patrolling the front. I would think they would patrol the front anyway, whether they were in the pink jersey or not, but even more so with Marlais Mejias in the overall race lead. So get used to seeing that jersey, get used to seeing Sophia Areola, get used to seeing Riley McMullen, number 3, Bethany Ingram, number 4, Emily Ehrlich, number 5, did a ton of work last night. Ehrlich was the MVP for Marlais Mejias. And then Anna Hicks, big worker last night as well, wearing number 6 for that Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 squad. So those will be the worker bees out there today in support of number 1. See, looks like the jersey is starting to roll up to the front row. There is the pink of Marlais Mejias. See the green of Lauren Stevens. And there's Jen Wheeler in the polka dot jersey for the Fount Cycling Guild. Wheeler had a tough night in the criterium last night, but did what she needed to do. She's not really worried about the time situation here. I think she would really only be concerned about making the cut to the next day. So very good ride by her. And then Mia Asseltine next to her in the white jersey, your best young rider for the Competitive Edge racing team. The chilly looking start line, that's for sure. Automatic getting ready as well. They had a good ride last night in the Criterium. Sent a few flyers up the road. I was impressed with their aggression in last night's Criterium. Ariel Martin Verhaeren going to have to find some opportunities for them. Sitting in fourth place overall, but she's got some really strong teammates behind her with Stoveld, Blondin, Betchel, Arlinson, and Singleton. It's a nice squad to try and lead their squad leader, Martin Verhaeren. Comp Edge, super impressive as well. We saw there a stage win last week at Tour de Gila with Galen Ballard, and now getting the Asseltine up into the white jersey. Best young rider at 8th place overall in the race today. Little good luck kiss. I think maybe Anna McGalley. Always a nice way to start the day at the office here. The Speed Block jerseys up in front of them. The Speed Block presented by Tyroon Squad, NorCal based. Just 3 riders left on that squad with Sarah Flam wearing number 91, Jamie Chapman 93, and Kelly Brennan 94. Not all of these teams started with the full 6-rider roster. And various time cuts and illnesses and all the other bad luck things that go on in bike racing have cost them a few riders. There's Ehrlich ready to go. Again, I think she's got a big work order on her desk this morning. Let them roll out of town and then expect to see those blue jerseys start to make it up to the front. CCB tucked in there as well. Had a couple goes at it last night with Ella Brenneman sitting in 19th overall at 25 seconds down. Catherine Rush also had a good ride. And then Lily Sonneman and Georgia Bond on. That's quite a young team of CCB riders, but they proved their belonging in Criterium last night. Did a really good job of fighting up towards the front. Some high fives from Fount. They got a big job today, too, for Aaliyah Shafi on tap here. They're going to try and get Shafi into the overall here, or at least keep her in the overall discussion. So that really means just kind of dropping her off on that last climb. I don't know that there's going to be much that they can do other than try and shepherd her as far up as they can. But I do expect this to come down to a pretty clear selection on that last climb. Could be wrong. Could be a small group, depending on how they race this thing. But if they go full gas, I do think that'll leave maybe just 3 or 4 riders left that go to the line together. A lot of hewling going on out there. A little breakfast here and there. Be important to fuel up on a day like today. Easy to miss out on those calories, especially with a late night, early morning combo like they had today. But seen plenty of riders making sure that they're getting it in, ready for work. So neutral start today before they roll out. It's pretty short. I think under a mile before they begin at 0K out there. They will have 1 point sprint at West Virginia Fire and Rescue Center or Station. And they'll sprint through that point on the first and second lap. So both times on the circuit, they're going to sprint for those green jersey points. And then final segment, it's only a little over a mile, but it's a brutal mile. We'll call it that. So it's going to be interesting to watch the aggressive climbers have a go at it. relaxed atmosphere at the back here for, I think, the trio of Hackman, Lucci, and sorry, missed it there. All right, so it looks like we are getting on the moto. Must mean that we are just about ready to go. Ticking past 9 o'clock local time. Looks like they're going to be good for an on-time start here for just over 50 miles of the UCI Women at Stage 3 of the Tour de Bloom. It's the Plain Road Race coming up. Here we go, off and rolling. Again, neutral start to roll out here, so it'll take a little time before we see them hit 0K. I think we're going to have 2 motos out there today. We'll do our best to get this coverage as close as we can up to the front, but keep an eye on the rollout here, and then it'll be interesting to see if anyone goes from 0K. Any attacks here on a relatively short day for 50 miles. Should only be a little over 2 hours, and then that final climb in there. Again, only at a mile, so not going to take a ton of time. It's really just short and steep. Beautiful roads out here in Wenatchee. We're going to see some really incredible scenery. Really looking forward to watching this one today. You can see the early look off to the side of the riders as they go sort of through the valley here, and they'll climb basically one of those mountains later today. That's a good look at what they're going to be facing later on here. Fortunately, looks like we're going to lose picture from that moto. We'll pick it up here and see if we can get a look at him. There's that scenery I was talking about. Bluebird Day out there today, and looks like perfect condition for racing as things continue to warm up. I'm not sure if this moto is working through. This must be working through the back of the caravan here, catching up. I see the ambulance up in front here, so I think we're going to go get a look at the back of the group here in just a little bit. Get a nice look at the course in the meantime. There we go, hopping through cars in the caravan. Cars run in GC order, which means that Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 going to be your first car up in line, and then the Aegis cycling team be second. Be a few officials' cars, and then neutral support also back here as well. There's your comm car at the very back with the commissar hanging out the sunroof. And I think that's 0K right there. Nice easy gradient to start the day. Road kicking uphill here just a little bit. And there's a good look at the front of this field. As expected, Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 sort of shouldering the responsibility of this one. Good to see Fount up near the front as well. I think that's part of the style of riding that they do best in when they're able to control and really work as a team. So I think they're going to keep a lot of their riders up near the front in support of Aaliyah Shafi as well. Just seems to be the way that they like to run that squad with Jen Wheeler as sort of the road captain, I guess, if you will, for Fount Cycling. She's obviously going to be busy in that polka dot jersey today, just making sure that she stays out of trouble. I don't think there are any QOMs on the course today, so she's going to be good in her QOM quest. Just needs to make sure that obviously she finishes with the group, but I think she is an important part of the success of that squad in this race. Two points-based competitions here at Tour de Bloom in the green jersey and polka dot jersey competition, and then the pink and white jersey, the time-based competition for the total cumulative time of racing here at Tour de Bloom. I got some questions in the chat earlier about how this race is scored. Very similar to the Tour de France in terms of general classification, or GC timing. That's the overall race lead based on your total time. And again, Marlais Mejia is currently leading that one over Lauren Stevens in second, who starts the day at 7 seconds down. So basically, Lauren Stevens needs to beat Marlais Mejia by 7 seconds or more in today's race if she wants to overtake the lead here. So nice that these riders get full use of the road, full width, or full road closure. That is increasingly uncommon in American bike racing. Do a great job here at Tour de Bloom to make sure that these riders have the best opportunity possible to race their bike at the highest level. One of the few UCI races remaining here. Really appreciate the work that they're doing to keep this one going. You go through 0K earlier, still waiting for this one to really strike out here. You'll see this move to certainly more of a single file formation at some point once these big teams really start chasing. Then the other question today is, does anyone get a break? Does anyone try and roll away off the front? Be a good opportunity to try and pick up some major time if you're willing to take a major gamble. But some of these riders may be back at 20, 25 seconds. Would have a chance to pick up some major time. It's a moonshot, but probably better than trying to take Lauren Stevens or Marlais Mejia to the top of a 1 mile climb. If we can get a look at the front here and get an idea for sort of who is going to take the early role of doing work up here. I think I saw Anna Hicks from that Virginia Blue Ridge 2028 squad earlier. Yeah, now you can see it starting to line out up there. This is going to start picking up here. There is some organization starting to happen up on the front of this race. Good chance to hang out at the back here and get some draft. Enjoy the pull along here with these just gentle rollers. You can certainly save a good bit of energy just sitting in this group right now, which a lot of riders are wisely choosing to do. Got to consider sort of the overall preservation on a day like today. Trying to get some info on teams and riders up there doing work. Sounds like Fount doing the work up there. It's a good opportunity for Fount to really kind of take it to Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028. You got to stand up to the big team in this scenario, and Fount certainly not afraid to back down. So glad to hear that they're doing work up there. Jen Wheeler getting pulled out of that crit relatively early last night. Not sure if she just got caught behind something, but looked good on the start line this morning. I'm going to see if I can spot that polka dot jersey up near the front, see if she's doing any work or if she's just going to sit in on a day like today. But we did see her take the start in the polka dot jersey earlier today. Pato bike struggling a little bit here. Tiarelli Acevedo. Seems like this tempo picking up. This is a sign that maybe it's time to start moving up a little bit here. Acevedo, great rider in this group, certainly knows what she's doing here, but just making some tiny withdrawals to chase back on from the back. The advantage being you to sit in this draft right here on the long downhill descent. Beautiful course here. In just a little bit on the circuits, the riders will hit the north shore of Lake Wenatchee. Looking forward to seeing that. Love the live images coming here from Tour de Bloom. They kind of head north and west of the little village of Plain. Start finish right in front of Plain Cellars. Pretty cool little winery out there in Plain. Do sort of an out and back section across Lake Wenatchee. Pretty much the entire length of it on the way back. And that's about halfway through this circuit, so still a little bit of time before we get over to the lake. Looks like things might open up a little bit as well. I think they kind of come out into a sort of plains area, and be interested to see if the wind has any effect out there today as well. Current conditions in Plain up to 45 degrees. Anticipated high today of 57. A little bit of wind out there. They're saying about 8 to 10 miles an hour. So that's enough to feel it for sure for our UCI women's field. Looks like they're starting to drop down deep into the valley here after that long descent on the way down. All right, here we go. Good look at the front of the field right now. See if we can ID some of these jerseys. I'm not sure if this is Pato bike or automatic. Coming in kind of washed out for me. I'm going to guess this is Jen Wheeler coming up the middle right here. So they're all kind of taking turns doing work up here. But not a real train yet, so to speak of here. Here comes some VBR reinforcements up to the front. I think that was Ehrlich that just jumped up there. Brought one more with her. They're up to 4 on the front here. Not a good sign if you're hoping for an easy day. Wheeler trying to do her best to stay up here, or at least keep some fount presence up at the front. Yeah, now you see Virginia's Blue Ridge starting to get to work here. Look at this tempo starting to pick up. See that head start to drop up on the lead rider a little bit. Here we go. They are getting to work here for Marleus Macias and that Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 squad. Look at the shape of this race starting to change in front of our eyes as well as they go single file here, partially because of the downhill here, but they are picking up the tempo, and I think VBR are going to try and push this all the way through. Sorry for the picture breakup. We're going to take a look at some earlier racing, and we'll bring you live images when those come back available.
From the 2025 Tour de Bloom, we're here at the start here in Waterville, ready for the first stage of the UCI Pro Women. We have an incredible field with Lauren Stevens, Aaliyah Shafi from Fount. We've got 2028 Emily Ehrlich, Marlise Mejias, which we believe will be a favorite today. Stage 1 winner, Lauren Stevens. Lauren, you've just been blowing the field away with every event that you come out. You seem to be ageless in this sport. We saw you at Gila just winning your second consecutive title. You arrived here at Bloom. How was it out there?
Oh, it was amazing. Sprints are not my specialty, but unfortunately our sprinter came down with food poisoning yesterday, so I had to step up, and I'm really happy that I could do this for her and keep the win for the team. Oh, it's amazing. I'm here with my team, Aegis Cycling Foundation. We're a new team, and at this race, we're just a composite team, but we're looking forward to becoming a full-time team, so look out for us.
Welcome back. Live images on the front at, you see the 30K marker there. That front of our field is rolling by. I'm going to guess that's 30K on the second lap that they'll roll through here. Fount taking over at the front and getting to work here. Love this ride from Fount. This is what they need to do today. This is their style of riding. Not afraid to swing big, and they're going to be patrolling the front a lot here in those dark green jerseys with the neon bikes underneath them. I think that is Jan Wheeler about 4 wheels back here. Looks like they have come to an agreement with Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 that they want to try and keep this race tough. I think they are probably both going to try and unite against Lauren Stevens on a day like today, because Stevens is going to be a really good finisher on this stage. When you talk about heading uphill, that last little mile long kick, that is right up her alley. So I think they need to try and work Stevens over today, make this as tough as possible, keep the tempo high, don't give anyone any easy rides here. And looks like Fount and BB are both on the same page in this scenario. Bunch of riders sensing that urgency, going to start to make their way up to the front. You see this washing machine effect happening as riders move up the left-hand side of the field, right-hand side of your picture here, just using every chance they can to get near the front, because otherwise you're going to find yourself with this sort of accordion effect as the field ebbs and flows with the ups and downs of this course, and eventually you're going to get caught out in the wrong spot at it. So that'll be a constant battle today, especially with these united teams driving the tempo up at the front here. Starting to see riders get out of the saddle, starting to get tough as the road goes back uphill here. Now, roads like this where you really start to see this sort of raw talent come to the front, riders that can just do insane amounts of power. I think there's a lot of riders like that on that Fount Guild. Just with their sort of naturally talented athletic backgrounds, a lot of times you see big wattage engines come from these athletes who typically shined in other sports. Usually means that they're naturally gifted in the biometric department. Back of the group starting to look a little less relaxed than it did earlier. They were pretty calm in the opening kilometers, but that these teams have hit the front, that has all changed at the back of the group here. A lot less coasting, a lot less looking around, and a lot more work being done here. Other teams looking pretty happy with the scenario up at the front, as they should be. I mean, this is all sort of going according to plan, as expected. I don't think anyone will be shocked to see Fount and Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 working together. This is a nice clip that I'm trying to ID this Fount rider still up on the front, but whoever it is giving a nice draft to these riders behind him. You see the way that they're surfing this line. Anytime she moves just a little bit, there's like 5 or 6 riders in that draft behind her that follow it. So Fount is crushing it on the front early on here. I think we're going to lose them for a bit there, so we'll keep an eye on it. Group's still all together. There we go. We're right back to it. Like things back to calming down at the back here. A lot of riders up on the tops, sitting up, not really tucked in. I'm not seeing a lot of urgency at the back of this group right now. Coming up on 30 minutes into this one. Temperature continuing to rise out there up to 51 degrees right now. So it's about as warm as it's going to get today. They've only got a few more degrees until the forecast high. Nice average speed, 24 miles an hour so far. So they're moving at a nice clip. That should get them done right around 2 hours here and about 30 minutes into it with a little bit of neutral included in that live clock you see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Sounds like they are going to be starting this climb here pretty soon. A long uphill drag coming up here. Elevation looks like going to top out at about 2,500 feet today on the way up. There is a Ride with GPS link available on the Tour de Bloom website, which will give you a pretty good idea of what they're looking at here. Then I think they are going to be making a U-turn and heading back along Lake Wenatchee here to start the second half of the circuit. This will be Dirty Face Peak off to their right-hand side. I can't tell you why it's called that, but right here on the map. Elevation tops out just around 6,000 feet at the top of these mountains here that they're working their way through. They won't quite go up that high today, but just gives you an idea of sort of the general area that they're existing here. Elevation in Wenatchee, just 700 feet above sea level, so it's not really an alpine scenario here. Almost all of the elevation that they're picking up is below 4,000 or 5,000 feet above sea level this week. Back through the descent now. I'm not familiar with this course. I'm not sure if we're going to see this lake or not. Race Radio is telling me that they are on the section going past the lake here, so it must be just off to the side. I'm not sure if we're going to get a look at it or not. Either way, this has been a gorgeous course so far. Really, really love this one. Rolling hills, tall trees all the way around, beautiful mountains off in the distance. It's a great place to ride your bike. So I think this is probably the U-turn at the top of Lake Wenatchee, which means that the lake would be just off to the right-hand side here. We'll keep an eye out. Got some good looks at it there. One of the many glacier-fed lakes of the Pacific Northwest. One of the great Washington state parks. Sure, if we get back up to the front here, seeing a lot of riders just really relaxing at the back again. I think a pretty calm day so far up at the front. Those big teams going to set a nice steady tempo up there. That'll create a really good quality draft that you can just sit in. So really no reason for a lot of these riders to worry on a day like today. They should be just fine, be able to hang out at the back of this nice big peloton. Reports from the front that Fount and Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 still up there doing work. They look like they've got a pretty clear agreement up there. Seeing some pictures being sent my way, and looks like VBR's got 2 up there. Fount has 4, so that creates a nice little 6-rider motor to power through this race. I think I see some CCB jerseys off in the distance back there as well. Again, doing our best to keep you updated as this info becomes available. Appreciate you hanging with us here today as we do our best to deal with some spotty coverage up in the mountains around Wenatchee. So this should be just about 24 kilometers into the stage here. Circuit about 40K today, so a little over halfway through the first circuit here. See a few heads starting to poke up at the back here. Good opportunity to just get a look up at the front without having to sprint all the way up there. Just kind of take inventory of what's going on, give yourself an idea of the race scenario, maybe try and spot some teammates on those rollers on the course. Showing a lot of experience in this group. It's a lot of little things that add up to being a good bike racer, but seeing a lot of riders in this group ticking off that list, doing all the right things on a day like today. Nice little winding downhill section here. The riders this nice little downhill winding section on the way down here. The saying earlier, the riders were warned on this section to beware of falling pine cones. One of the unique obstacles of racing in the spring in the Pacific Northwest. Sounds like they got some pretty hefty pine cones up there. That could pose an issue if you get one of those under your wheels. So riders have been alerted. Just keep a heads up. I know those motos sometimes do their best to try to kick or clear any debris that may find its way onto the road. So hopefully everyone stays safe today. Here is a good look at the front. Nice to see this for the first time in a while here. Looks like some action happening here. I think it's automatic. Somebody going to use this terrain to their advantage here and try and hammer it. See if we could maybe zoom in on this rider. Either way, just majorly changed the dynamic of this race. It looked like they were looking for a little chance to relax and chill out, and that rider at the front said no such thing. We're going to keep this one tough. We're going to keep this one fast. not going to be any easy rides today. Good action up at the front of this one. You can see a few riders caught off guard from that tempo change here, working their way back. You'll see some riders coming back from the cars, I think, here as well. We're starting to get into that time where you're going to want to start feeding here. Starting to feel that whiplash effect back here, though. We go happening again. A little reset. Let's see who's going to take charge. They'll go 5, 6 wide across the road here. You see that little spear starting to point out in the middle. I think that is Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028. Doing what they do best, putting their nose in the wind. See onto the flat section of road here, how they kind of get back in charge here. Really no reason or need to control much of it on that roller section. When things flatten out here, this is where a big, strong team can really do some damage, and that's exactly what Virginia's Blue Ridge and Fount have been doing earlier, using those diesel engines where they shine the best, which is on these sections with less terrain. They were more than willing to relinquish it early, but now that things open up a little bit, they're right back to work. See Jen Wheeler still floating up there at the white jersey with the neon bike underneath there. I know it's hard to see on the screen here, but I'm pretty sure that is your QOM leader up near the front and road captain for the Found Cycling Guild as well. That's an important part of understanding Jen Wheeler's role in this Found Cycling Guild. Not only a team owner, a coach to many of these riders, but also a rider and certainly a road captain that brings a lot of experience to that squad. So Wheeler is certainly riding in support of Aaliyah Shavi here. I think it's nice that she's got the polka dot jersey, but I think her real mission this week is to try and get Aaliyah Shafi an overall win and add another GC victory to her resume. But boy, Wheeler willing to put it all on the line for her girls today, isn't she? So I think this is going to be dropping back down from the lake here. And then a mostly flat end to this loop before they start back again. Looks like that point sprint for the green jersey comes just before the end of that circuit. I don't think they go back through, or maybe they do go back through that same arch that they use, but the two intermediate sprints come just before they start the circuit again. And then after the second time on the circuit, there's a little spur that takes them up the final climb today. So still a little bit to go before they hit that point, but we should see an intermediate climb coming up here. Intermediate sprint, sorry. Little service at the back for Gabrielle Leonard, the Analog Racing team. They got a legend directing that squad with Svein Tuft driving the car, offering a little advice to Leonard, along with looked like some nutrition offerings as well. Tuft knows this area, knows these roads. Vancouver native, would have come down and raced these roads a lot, including his first ever road race, Rebecca Riza tells me, in Leavenworth, just north of where they're racing today. So a little bit of a homecoming for the Canadian Svein Tuft, directing the Analog Racing team here.
Look at this field of Pro 1-2 ladies. This is the biggest and the best 1-2-3 field we've ever had. Thank you for traveling from all over to this race.
We have racers in this field from as far away as Sacramento, San Francisco. We have them from Montana. They are coming from all over the West Coast and the Pacific Northwest to race here at the Tour de Bloom. They're coming down the cobblestones of Orondo into the corner.
Coming in hot.
Bumping, barging, and the preem lap.
There's the sprint. There's our leader. 17 years old.
He can.
What was your name?
Ben Ellenbach,
Ben Allenbaugh. How old are you?
18.
Okay, we had it wrong. He's 18. Sorry about that. We said he was 17. How many teammates did you have in the field tonight?
Absolutely none.
Thanks for coming out for Tour de Bloom.
Really gonna make it stick. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be close. What's it gonna be? Rider winning, no one could die.
Yeah, buddy.
Dad bod!
Oh, yeah! None other than Vincent Marcotte.
The field tonight, it was fast. You guys were super smooth. You put on a heck of a good show. What was your idea and your process going into those last couple of laps?
I just wanted to get in good position and then ride the red truck train because I knew they had a lot of girls out there. So I just hopped on and did what I could.
You guys put on a heck of a show. You're the champion. You got the belt buckle, and we're so proud to have you here. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Hi, there's already a celebration going on. Zips up. Oh, stage 2. Boys, I got a belt buckle. gentlemen, one lap, final lap.
Eats meal, and he just drove it so hard, nobody could come around. So, but yeah, the boys just stayed off front the whole time and gave me a chance to rest. It was awesome.
You are our Saturday night crew. You guys come here and kick butt and put on a show every single year. We appreciate it. Congratulations and thanks for coming out to Tour de Bloom.
Here's our photo. Come on, people, this is it. Final lap, final stretch. They come around the corner. No holds barred.
Look at this field of Pro 1-2 ladies. This is the biggest and the best 1-2-3 field we've ever had. Thank you for traveling from all over to this race.
We have
Welcome back. Looking at the back of the group as our UCI women's field has just gone through circuit number 1 and completing the first sprint as well. Marlias Mejias through, picking up maximum points in the green jersey competition. Riley McMullen across the line in second. They're going to get her up there as well. And then Lauren Stevens third. So pretty clear Virginia's Blue Ridge is going to stack this one for Mejias as well. They put McMullen up into second, and Lauren Stevens going to get a tiny bonus into third across the line. Average speed has been 24 miles an hour out there today. This is a super fast day of racing, largely in part because Fount and Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 have been patrolling the front up there. So they've really kind of been in charge of setting what has turned out to be a pretty blistering tempo after the first circuit, and they are just headed out on their second one. So we can expect a little over another hour of racing here with lap 2 underway right now, and then the last climb coming off of the circuit after they complete this one more time. They have about a mile-long climb to get up to the finish. Good chance to take some feeds here. Riders using that opportunity as they get through the sprint. Things will calm down a little bit after that, and they got about 45 minutes before the next intermediate sprint through the line, and then things really heat up when they take off up that individual sprint. Been talking about Fount and VBR up at the front. Want to talk about some of the individual riders doing out there and really highlight Jen Wheeler, who has spent a ton of time in the polka dot jersey up there after a tough night last night in the Criterium. Seems like Wheeler is back with a vengeance on the front of the field today, doing work for that Fount squad. And then Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 contributing a few riders as well, including Emily Ehrlich. I'm just getting some still images in from our media team. We are trying to get a moto up to the front of this group and try and give you an idea of what that looks like. But I can tell you what the pictures are showing coming into me, and I'm continuing to see Fount and Virginia's Blue Ridge working together back up on the front after that intermediate sprint. That's good news for Lauren Stevens and Aja. She is clearly just trying to hang back and cherry pick these today, as she should. There's really no reason for her to need to contribute any of her Aja's teammates up into this front group. Not hearing about many riders having issues off the back. I think this road is kind of just smooth enough in its rollers. They're not steep enough that it would cause any splits out there if you're hanging out at the back. We saw early on some riders that just kind of struggled to get the rhythm of this group. Did see a bike change from Julie Kaliza earlier from the LA Sweat Squad, having some sort of mechanical issue with her machine, but sounds like they went back to the cars to swap that one out and try to get that sorted. See how things open up here on sort of the plains. Absolutely love this part of the course. Beautiful, beautiful roads out here. They're going to use the opportunity to try to feed a little bit, as this will be one of the gentler sections of road, both in terms of the curves and the up and down elevation change as well. So see, I think maybe Team S&M back here trying to feed. Got a musette ready to go. Just need to fill it up, it looks like. I think that's going to be an automatic jersey for 143. Ivany Blondin. Blondin, the Olympic speed skater who trains on the bike in the warmer months, still an active speed skating racer, but has found quite the crossover here. I think obviously the speed skating fitness translates really well, but I think the bike racing fitness translates back quite well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done. We have a long history of speed skater turned bike racers going back, I guess, through like the Coors Classic 70s, 80s era, and then a lot of modern success stories as well. Names like Mia Manganello out of Utah and Ebony Blondin, the Canadian, double dipping in their careers. Just got a shot of the sprint finish from earlier. This must be the intermediate sprint line. It was a close one, but Mejias and McMullen got this one on lock. They very clearly had control of this. Lauren Stevens just sneaking in there, and then I see a Fount jersey back in what I think is probably fourth spot as well. So it looks like they got up into the conversation to try to go for some points. Looks like Blondine got what she was looking for from the car. Back up into the back of the group, and I think she'll let a teammate go do some feeding. Up next, 146, Emily Singleton for that automatic squad. Plenty of coasting going on here at the back. Again, if you can find that rhythm and find the right spot, this is a nice, smooth ride to sit in behind with a pretty consistent tempo. I assume being set at the front. I think we'll get a look at the front of the race a little later on the circuit. I think the coverage is a little better for that lead camera in like 10, 15K from now. So continue to relay you the information that I get from Rebecca Riza, who is in Comp 2, which would be the car at the back of this group, but she's also getting some photos forwarded to her from our still photographers on the motos and along the course. See that begin feed sign off to the right-hand side of this still frame here. So it looks like they are entering the feed zone right now. See how many riders are going to use it here. Again, pretty easy course to feed on from the caravan at the back. So these feed zones, not crucial on a day like today. If there is anything you need, it should be relatively easy to get that from your team car. Car starting to push up close here. Looks like they're going to go get a look at this. While we get a look at some feeding behind them. I think that is Aegis with Catherine Sheridan. Doing some exchanges out the window here. Well, at this point, I don't know if we're going to see any separation out of this race. If they haven't been able to split this group yet after the first circuit, I didn't really see any great spots on the course to try to jump either. It just doesn't get tough enough until they get up to that final climb. See Pato Bike moving up the left side here. They may be sensing that maybe the tempo going to lift here, but I have a feeling it's going to be pretty tough to get away. More than likely, I think this group probably just starts that final 1 mile climb together, and the cream will rise to the top, as they say. We'll sort of see a natural selection forced on the front as they hit the final climb, which again comes off of this circuit. So they're completing the second circuit right now, but they didn't go up the final climb on the first circuit. They only do it once and finish up at the top. So no preview of it. Although there are plenty of riders in this group that will know this climb, know this course, know these roads, and know this race well, including the defending champ wearing number 1 in Marles Mejias. Looks like we are trying to get these live images back up and get a look at the front here. That is still Jen Wheeler, I see on the freeze frame here in that polka dot jersey leading her squad. Seen a bunch more Aegis jerseys start to come to the front, so also looks like Lauren Stevens going to start using that. I talked a little bit earlier about Rebecca Riza doing some work on site. She also had a chance to catch up with Jessica Para at the start for the Pato Bike team. It sounds like she's going to post that on Instagram, so you can check that out there if you're looking for more content from the riders at Tour de Bloom. Looks like we're back to live pictures. Just saw Sophia Ariola working her way back up from the car. She's going to go bring some bottles up to Marleas Mejias and company. Looks like things starting to slow down, calm down a little bit here as I'm guessing the big teams just prepare to drop their climbers, their GC leaders off onto this final climb in about 45 minutes from now. Race Radio reporting a rider abandoning in the feed zone as Julie Kaliza from that LA Sweat Squad. Remember earlier, got the report that she was swapping bikes, and now it sounds like she has withdrawn from the race here. So not sure what the issue was for Kaliza. We'll see if we can get some more information. Again, this is just coming over Race Radio, getting relayed back to us, but it does sound like a Kaliza is going to withdraw from this one in the feed zone for the LA Sweat Squad. Back to live images out on course. Things starting to open up a little bit, and we get another look at the back of our UCI women's field here. Looks like groups still all together. I don't think anyone has escaped off the front. Keep my eye and ear on race radio and our group out there. So I think they are about halfway through this second circuit here. See if we can spend a little more time in the group. First lap, right around an hour, almost exactly an hour, including a little bit of neutral section, so maybe a little bit faster this time through, but that's what we're expecting. We'll let you know when those live images become available again. Here we go. Back to back of the group here. See if we can start IDing some numbers and names, both at the back and the front. I'm also going to keep an eye out for some landmarks here and see if I can't figure out where on this circuit they might be. Look at that gorgeous mountain off to the side here. But if nothing else, this race certainly unique in its scenery for the region of the United States. You're really unlike anywhere else in the country, anywhere else in the world. Up in the Pacific Northwest, Wenatchee, really one of the most beautiful parts of the country up here, and Tour de Bloom has done a really nice job of putting together some of the best roads out there for racing in this region. An incredible criterium. Last night in downtown Wenatchee did a really good job of sort of building the hype around a bunch of the other activities and festivals going on down there. But I got to say, these roads are absolute knockouts in the road race today. This one has been over the top in the Alpine Day up here just outside of the village of Plain, they call it. There's nothing plain about this. A little bit of work being done at the back here. Seeing the Fount jersey of let me check that. Must be Andrea Sear back here, 55 on her back. Sear, a new addition to that Fount squad this year, bringing some of her experience to the team. A working doctor, Dr. Andrea Sear. Find some time to step away from the practice of medicine and step into some bike racing. See if we can get a view back up at the front here. Again, I'm curious to see if Fount is still doing the work up there. Looks like they got a couple hanging out at the back here, but again, you only need to dispatch a few up there to do some work. Last reports we saw Fount and Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 doing most of the work up there. I can't imagine that would change much with the way that this scenario has unfolded. So, see a lot of coasting, a lot of easy riding going on here at the back. I think they are resigning to the fact that this race probably stays together until they get to the base of that final 1 mile uphill kick to the line today. Again, they'll deviate from this circuit once they complete it for the second time. And then the last little drag up to the line. They also have one more intermediate sprint before they get there, just before they complete the circuit and begin that final climb. So, it'll be an action-packed closing few kilometers of racing in your UCI women's field today. And so this will be the U-turn heading back along Lake Wenatchee here. So they've just gone to the top of this course. There's a course map available, I guess, in the tech guide on the website. It's probably the best place to find it. If you just go to tourdebloom.com, click on the race info tab, and then you'll see the pro tech guide in there. I'm on page 26 of the tech guide, and you'll see just the top left corner, the turnaround at the top of Lake Wenatchee to work their way back. So we'll call that halfway through the final circuit here. They're about to work their way back. That's about 30 more minutes of racing on the circuit, and then another 15 or so on the way up to the finish today. So I think that 20K sign is probably accurate. From this point, we saw it earlier, but that would make sense that they're just about 20K from the summit now. Rebecca is reporting a bunch of activity up near the front here. I'll see if I can get some more information on who that might be, but sounds like a flurry of attacks starting to roll off the front here. So it's getting real as they get ready to prep for this return to the final. We're going to see if any of these GC contenders are able to pick up any of that major time today. Sounds like Jen Wheeler sent one. Field brought it back. Fount is, at this point, unfortunately not going to be able to enjoy the underdog status that they may have before. So I think pretty much any move that goes away is going to be pretty well covered by the rest of this field here. Starting to get into this twisty, slightly more narrow section along the lake here as well. This would be a good time to get away, good time to try to escape. I want to try and use the lack of line of sight to your advantage in this scenario. That Very well advised by Wheeler to try to get away there earlier, but it does sound like she has been brought back and they're back together at the front. Sounds like another attack coming now. And they're reporting Wheeler is chasing this one as well. Sounds like they're continuing to push up on the front here. All right, we are going to monitor that situation. We're going to briefly lose picture here, so we'll keep you updated as information becomes available. Just inside 20 kilometers to go for your UCI women, and action starting to heat up on the front. All right, back to live images here from the back of your group. Getting some updates from the front here. Sounds like the activity continues to flourish up there. Fount driving the tempo here, and it sounds like Jen Wheeler continues to be the leader of this group. So Wheeler doing a ton of work up there in the polka dot jersey. She's been up there all day long. You want to talk about doing work for the squad? Jen Wheeler showing that one perfectly. Tempo picking up on the descent here. Group going to string out a little bit more. See some heads starting to poke up here, taking note of who's driving this one up at the front. Again, reports are that Fount has really been in charge of the front of this one. I'm not sure if Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 is just kind of taking a step back, letting this happen. I don't know what the dynamic between them is up there, but they're reporting a bunch of those green fountain jerseys. There's a good look up at the front with a little bit of elevation change here. Again, still no splits off the front. I don't think anyone has reported anything over just a few seconds. They're just reporting slight advantages, as the favored term is on race radio. But not really hearing about anyone that's established any moves off the front. We just get brief glimpses every once in a while up from the front, as it sounds like our moto is stuck behind this group until they can find a safe place to pass. All right, here we go. Images from the front of the group. Look at this. Automatic got a nice little train going up here. They're going to give this one a run. And alongside Fountain here, furiously turning those pedals up the front. This one is on up here right now. They are cruising up here. Look at the effort and work being done up there by the orange jersey. So good to see Automatic. You know, this is a team that's never afraid to punch above their weight, whether it's lining up in a criterium or trying to set up for a final climb here at Tour de Bloom. Really a group of warriors in those orange jerseys. So looks like Automatic is going to be the wild card in this one today. Everyone expected Fountain. Everyone expected Aegis. Everyone expected Virginia's Blue Ridge, but I don't know that many expected this from Automatic, having a great ride on the front here. Looks like the other team's happy to let that new team do work up here. I'm also monitoring these on the right-hand side of the road, fighting to get up towards the front. Automatic's not making it easy. Still see the white jersey of Wheeler tucked in there with her Fount teammates. Looks like Fount pretty much all hands on deck up here at the front. Automatics only got 3 here, and I think every green jersey available is making their way up to the front now. Gonna be getting ready for this, what looks to be a left-hand turn coming up here. And that'll take them off of the main road here and back onto the circuit. So we lost some picture of them here last time through. I know they're trying to get some Starlink connectivity out there on course as well. So we'll do our best to keep you updated on the situation out there, but hang with us in these next few kilometers. I think we are going to be rolling into a dark zone here. Missed the intermediate sprint last time. We'll see if we can keep it through this time. Look at how the shape of this race has changed. Much, much longer field here. You see this lane wide open to the left-hand side here. They are really starting to feel this effort that Automatic's putting on the front now. And here's the responsible party up here. Fount going to assemble their train over on the other side. Doesn't look like they're really worried about tucking in here. I think they're more than happy to fight with a second train coming up the left side of this group right now. These are looking like the closing kilometers of a criterium right here. And I think we should be about 15 minutes away from hitting this climb, maybe a little bit more. But that is a long way to go before they get off the circuit here. I mean, to have teams fighting like this, it's on at Tour de Bloom. Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 is tucked right behind these Automatic riders. I see some white jerseys a little farther back. See if I can ID maybe Comp Edge Racing. They would be a likely candidate to make their way up. So I think we're going to lose the signal here for a bit. We will keep an ear on things and let you know when those live images come back. All right, live pictures back from the front here. things starting to spread out. That one had a strung out earlier. Automatic still in charge here, but more teams using the opportunity to move up the outside and try and get a look at this front before they get to the bottom of the climb. I think some pink jerseys, probably CCB moving up here. And Aegis as well, I'm starting to see make their way up to the front. They're going to be escorting Lauren Stevens, their team leader, up to the front of this group for, to give her the opportunity to do what Lauren Stevens does best. This 1 mile uphill run is going to be perfect for her today. This will be a great finishing kick right in her wheelhouse. I think she's got to be a favorite today, but she's going to have to go up against Marleas Mejias. That'll be one of the big factors in this one. Giving us a full 360 look at the climb here. I like it. And Automatic getting back to work in the orange. Incredible riding here. I think this is maybe Kim Stoveld up on the front. Not sure if we're going to see a number, but that would make sense, putting Stoveld up there to work for Ariel Martin Verhaeren at 4th place overall. It's going to be VBR behind them, 4th and 5th wheel. Lauren Stevens' Aegis team, like 7th and 8th wheel. And I think that's the pink jersey of Marleas Mejias tucked in. We'll call that 6th spot at the back with 2 of her teammates up in front of her. Still no splits yet, but a brutal tempo being set up on the front as we await the arrival to the base of the final climb. Back up to the front of the group as they go inside. Sounds like they are 5K from the finish here, which means 5K from the sprint. That makes a little more sense. So they're going to hit that sprint line here very soon. Small time bonus and green jersey points available there, and then they will very quickly finish up this circuit and head out on to that final climb. Not sure if we're going to see the final sprint here, and really hoping that we can bring you live images all the way through this final climb, because from what we've heard from all the interviews and talking with riders earlier today, it sounds like pretty much everyone waiting until that last little kick up for this race to explode. All right, back over that bridge. We're waiting for the right-hand turn off of what I think will be this road. I don't think there's any more turns in between here and the deviation to go up to the top of this climb. And they're about 4K from the finish, which means they should be making this right-hand turn very soon. Actually call that 3K to the finish now. So I think that is it right there. Left-hand turn continues onto the circuit. This right-hand turn going to take them onto the final climb. So here we go, on the way up into the closing 4 kilometers of racing now. Riley McMullen picked up maximum points on that intermediate sprint. Elizabeth Dixon got up there for Fount. Good ride for her. And then Jen Wheeler third in the second intermediate sprint of the day. So they just went through that a couple kilometers ago. It was super chaotic up in the front. Probably not going to see much of that. Now down to 2 kilometers here. Fount still back up to the front here. That is Jen Wheeler tucked right behind in the polka dot jersey. Wheeler must feel good about her chances here today. She has been super strong on the front. They are about to try and drop off Aaliyah Shafi here to the bottom. Wheeler going to get another second taken off of her GC time because of that time bonus that they just rolled through. She was third on that one. And here we go. Road starting to turn uphill now. This is where you're going to start to see a charge up at the front. You'll see riders able to get out of the saddle here into the last 2 kilometers or so and pretty much keep the accelerator pinned right there. Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 going to get up to the front now as they set tempo onto the bottom of the climb. And this is where Mejias can really use her mercenaries to their full advantage. And I think one by one, you're going to start to see these VBR riders pull off the front as they empty the tank in support of the Cuban leader of that squad, Marleas Mejias Garcia, with number 1 on her back. Again, back at Tour de Bloom and looking to repeat. Going to see the back of this race blow up. There's only really 10, 15, maybe 20 riders that have a real interest in having any results. So unless your team leader has tapped you to help, it's really no reason that you need to worry or suffer on this climb with so much racing still to come. So this one has very quickly come down to a select group of about 20, maybe 25 riders here. And again, these are mostly GC contenders and their lieutenants that are going to take us into the last kilometer of racing. So a couple trains going to form here. Fount finds themselves on the outside here, trying to stay organized. There's Lauren Stevens in the green up the left side. Doesn't look like she's got many teammates with her. I think she's going to bring one up to the front on her right side. Unfortunately, Pato Bike going to hit it here, and Stevens got to respond to that one in the green jersey. So now Pato Bike trying to make it tough. And here goes Stevens back over the top of it. Nice launch from Lauren Stevens. This is what she was waiting for in that green jersey. I said earlier this was tailor-made for a rider like Lauren Stevens. Well, she is showing it right now as the green jersey launches at about a kilometer to go. All right, so there is the separation. Looks like only one has gone with Stevens. Mejias is not there. I don't see the pink jersey I think Mejia's missed this split. This is going to be a big problem for Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028. Let's see if we can find the pink jersey in this group as they work their way through the shrapnel that's left after this initial attack. I see Founts got one. I think that's another Aegis jersey, third wheel, and then that must be Pato Bike fourth. It's going to be Shafi going with Lauren Stevens. Paula Giel is the Pato bike rider getting left behind right now. So this is going to come down to Shafi and Stevens. They're going to duel this one out to the summit here. Lauren Stevens in the bright green jersey, Aaliyah Shafi in the dark green here. Remember, Stevens starts the day at 7 seconds down on GC. Aaliyah Shafi at 8 seconds. And here goes Stevens dropping Shafi now on the way up. Lauren Stevens using this elevation gain to its full advantage as she starts this attack, takes the group down to 5, gets Aaliyah Shafi isolated, and now Lauren Stevens on the solo attack inside the last few hundred meters here on the way up. Stevens not only looking for a stage 3 win here at Tour de Bloom, but also going to be looking for some GC time to try to swap that around. So I think our moto is going to get deviated here, and we'll bring you results as they become available, but pretty sure Lauren Stevens looked like she was well on her way to locking this one up as we roll through the rest of the group here. I think Aaliyah Shafi is going to end up second. What we don't know are what these time gaps are going to be today. Oh, that's the line right there. So Stevens, that's got to be a stage win for Lauren Stevens. And I think Stevens going to get some time over Aaliyah Shafi as well. So that should put Stevens into the outright lead here. I'll be curious to see where Marlies Mejias ended up in this group. The pink jersey suffering as Lauren Stevens goes on the attack. Sounds like unofficially Paula Giel held on for third. There's Jen Wheeler wrapping up her day. Kara O'Neill paying the price out there today as well. They're going to say Lorena Villamazar unofficially in for fourth place on the day as well. So not a bad ride for them. Pato bike. Now the debrief begins at the top of the climb here. We'll see if Rebecca's able to grab any interviews as she works her way down, but unofficially, Lauren Stevens, your stage winner, going to pick up a stage win here, and I'm thinking a pink jersey. We'll wait for confirmation from our officials here as, again, just got to make sure that the current pink jersey of Marlies Mejias didn't finish within that group. High fives all around for Fount. Well deserved for today. They did a great job driving the tempo on the front, really showed that they belong up at the front of this bike race. And then Aaliyah Shafi able to seal the deal and the only one able to follow the move of Lauren Stevens into those closing few hundred meters. So pretty clear that Stevens and Shafi going to be your climbing battle to watch for the remaining two stages at Tour de Bloom as we get ready to head into the individual time trial tomorrow and then the final day of riding on Tuesday. There's Rebecca. Looks like she is grabbing a mic here. Let's listen in and see if we can get some insight. sure if we got any more interviews coming our way. And looks like they are starting to send riders back down. I don't know if we're going to get a podium up top here today, or if they maybe send them back down to the starting area to do that. There's Rebecca chatting with our white jersey. Let's see if we can listen in on Mia Asseltine's day.
Okay. There you go. ¿Listo? Mia, assaulting. It doesn't. No, it does. That's so sweet. Yeah. Un momento. ¿Listo? Sí. All right, we are here with Mia Asseltine, our best young rider under 23 from Littleton, Colorado. Mia, how was the ride today? I mean, it looked like everything exploded in the final kilometers.
Yeah, they did, but we kind of expected that from the start. So coming up to that, it was really smooth. I was riding with my teammates, and they kept me in a really good position. So yeah, it was pretty chill until the climb. It was really fun.
Competitive Edge Cycling has been on a rampage. We saw them win both the men and the women crit in downtown Silver City a couple of weeks ago. And now you're here in Tour de Bloom. Is this your first Tour de Bloom you're racing?
Yes.
And how long have you been with Competitive Edge?
I've been with Competitive Edge for about 3 years now.
What do you think about the courses this year in Tour de Bloom? They've changed a little bit, and then especially on Tuesday, that final climb.
They are so fun. It's so pretty here. I'm really enjoying this race.
All right, we'll talk a little bit about the team that you have to help you defend this jersey for a couple more stages.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have Aubrey and Sophie, Caitlin, and sorry, I'm missing one. Anna McGailey. They're all amazing. I love them so much. We have a really great team dynamic. Everybody just keeps it fun. And of course, I have to thank Eric. He's our team director, and our two amazing mechanics, Brian and Gus.
And what does having another UCI race this year, especially at Tour de Bloom, what does it mean for a rider like you and the opportunity that it gives you?
I really love these stage races. They're so fun, and I think it's really important to have stage races in the U.S. It seems Europeans kind of control this sport, so it's always really nice to have local races.
All right. Well, there you have it. It's Mia Asseltine with Competitive Edge Racing, our new best young rider after yesterday's crit, holding on to it another day, hopefully until Tuesday.
Hopefully.
All right. Thank you, Mia. Excuse me. All right. So a great day. We're going to wait for a couple of the other riders that are making it down from the finish. And we'll get some words with Aaliyah Shafi and Lauren Stevens, of course, our winner today, launching that attack in the last final kilometers. And Aaliyah and Paula from Valkyr was the only one that were able to follow her. Aaliyah and Aaliyah and Paula actually are friends, and they train together, and so it was interesting. It was really neat to see them able to, or at least Paula, able to hold on to the wheel of Aaliyah Shafi in those final kilometers. So we will get back once we get some more riders down here to talk to you. our stage 3 winner here in Plain, Lauren Stevens. Lauren, an incredible attack in the final kilometers. Aaliyah and Paolo were the only ones who could follow, but tell me how it went in those last meters.
Yeah, in the last meters, I gave it a go just as the final pitch starts, and I had Aaliyah and a couple others able to follow me. And I knew I needed to ease up, so I eased up for a minute to see if anybody else would push the pace. And when nobody was interested, I waited until I knew I could go to the line, and I went all the way to the line.
It's been a great battle to watch between you and Aaliyah these last couple of weeks, but talk about the team that you have here, too, that I'm sure did a lot of work to get you to the front.
Yeah, for sure. I'm here with my team, Aegis Cycling Foundation, and we raced last week in Gila together, and now we're here at Tour de Bloom, and every race we get better at riding together, and we're excited.
Talk about, we've been talking all week with other writers about the importance of having another UCI race for the women, to give opportunities to young talent, as you did yourself, as you had yourself coming up. Talk about the importance for that.
Yeah, having these UCI races just, lets the big teams notice you, and they're looking at those results. And, the more UCI races we can have in America, the stronger the women's peloton's going to become.
We'll see what the gap is leading into tomorrow. Was it hard after last night? It was pretty late last night.
Yeah, it was a quick turnaround. We were eating dinner around 10 o'clock and waking up to eat breakfast around 6 a.m. this morning and racing again at 9. But now we get a little rest before the time trial should start. First rider around 11. So we got almost 24 hours to recover for that one.
Pretty good. Well, good luck tomorrow. It's going to be a great battle between you guys.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Lauren Stevens, there you have it. Our new leader back again in pink. We'll see what the gap is. Tomorrow is going to be an incredible stage between the battle between her and Emily Ehrlich and Aaliyah Shafi, incredible time trialists. So we're looking forward to the stage tomorrow. We'll try to see if we can get Aaliyah Shafi here before the podium. But all right, thank you.
Welcome into the back of your Elite Men's Caravan. We have just left the start line in a neutral rollout, and Moto going to work its way up into the group here as they hit 0K and get things underway. 3 laps of the circuit today. If you were with us for the UCI women's race, you saw the 25-mile loop that they go by, which includes Lake Wenatchee up on the north side of it, and then drop down before a brutal finishing about 1 mile climb up to the line. So this one probably not a day for breakaways. Rebecca Riza talked with some of the riders earlier today before the start. Most of them said that they expect this one to stay pretty calm for the first 75 miles, and then that last mile uphill going to be fireworks on this one. Big GC implications as well. We should see some major gaps as we did in the UCI women's race. So getting our first look at the back of the group right now. They left town here in Plain just about 3 minutes ago, and looks like we are underway in racing. They seem to have gotten the green flag from the commissar in front. So we'll keep an eye on things as, or if I should say, anything develops up there. Wrapping up from a late night of criterium racing yesterday. These guys got to sleep in today with a early afternoon call it start time and local Pacific time out here. But there are definitely some tired legs. A lot of the riders that Rebecca talked to during the pre-race interviews here really alluded to just how difficult this back-to-back-to-back riding, especially with the late night. That's something your body is certainly not used to. Very, very few events you're doing that deep of an effort that late in and then trying to follow up the next day with another top-level effort makes it very tough. So it's one of the unique parts of racing here at Tour de Bloom. But they pack in the racing, that's for sure. 5 stages for UCI women and elite men, including a time trial tomorrow and then the final road race on Tuesday. Pink jersey on the back of Mata Brenes, who I understand has a decent set of climbing legs on him. So there may be a chance here that we see Brenes try and challenge for a stage win or at least fight to try and hold on to it. He's got a few challengers within about 30 seconds. Project Echelon, the biggest team, going to be working for their man Caleb Clausen at 4 seconds down on GC. They also have last night's winner, Cade Bickmore, in 5th place overall, but he's at 26 seconds down. So Clausen going to be much better positioned. Matthew Wilson also hanging in there for POA Racing, sitting at 2nd overall at 3 seconds down to Sebastian Brenes. So it'll be interesting to see if he can hang with him today, try and hold on to that 2nd spot, and then I expect big gaps in the time trial tomorrow. So for a lot of these guys, it's just about survival, maybe try and get one more day, but we'll see if any of these major teams or major riders give up any time up on the front. All right, looks like we're losing those guys. So once this coverage resumes, we'll keep an eye on things and bring you live pictures as they become available.